I think I got the wrong one. Supposed to be this one. There we go. Fixed. We got it. Good evening, everyone. Or good morning for some of you. I'm excited. I hope you. Yeah. Japan. Oh, man. One of the old classics. Now, just a few announcements before we start up. Well, not technically an announcement, but I don't know if you noticed, but the camera's kind of blurry. But that is because I actually went and researched for a much better software for my like camera software for my phone. Because if you don't already know, I use my phone as my second webcam. So I went and researched other ones. I was using DroidCam, but trying this other program because it's much more customizable. I can play around with the camera a lot more, and it doesn't have to me manually actually tamper with the camera. So it has its own software that I can just mess around with. So right now the zoom is actually, or the focus rather, is not on the palette or anything. It's actually on it'll be on the models whatever I'm working on. So everything else is blurry at the back, but that model will be always emphasized, always be focused on. So we won't have problems with always me struggling, like, trying to like focus, camera, focus. I want you to look at this model. No, this time I have full control over the focus. That way I don't have to worry about like when I'm moving around, especially for what we're doing today, because we are going to be focusing on Captain Titus. And to give it much more detail, I decided to put it on a putty, little plaster here. What's this stupid hair? There's like hair flowing out from it. Oof. Get all of that out of the way. So I think this was a brush hair, some kind, but it's not coming off. Whatever. Okay, got it off. So now you can actually look at it without me having to put my hand there, so the camera will focus on it. So this is gonna be a very interesting painting session. Now that I don't have to worry about the camera focus constantly. All right. So at the same time, I am going to also get the body model on a holder. There we go. But we are going to be starting with his head first, definitely. Now, unlike the holder, this one is not as secure, so I'm going to have to be very gentle with this. Like, which is going to be crazy. I'm going to pull down our magnifying glass here and adjust focus. Which one was it again? Nope, that's not exposure. Nope, focus. Here we go. So I need the magnifying glass somewhere where I can actually see the head properly. Magus. Oh, hey, nether. Nada. Welcome, dude. Hope you're having yourself a wonderful time. I think you were at work last time I checked, supposedly. So we're gonna be working on this. We're gonna be working on this itty bitty head on this model. So that's gonna be interesting for the rest of the stream. Well, not the whole stream, but we're gonna start with the head. And this one's gonna be like, might as well start with the most difficult thing to do. That way we can get it out of the way. So, all right. I am both excited and terrified of what will happen now because I've never done this before, but it's a first time for everything. Is and I'm not afraid to make mistakes because that is par for the course. So I'm just getting my brushes ready, especially the ones I really need the most, because they're the ones that are going to be tackling the little tiny details for me. I just hope that they don't fray or anything while I'm working. Control the handshakes. First off, always make sure your heart rate is low, right? Um, and you don't have any blood pressure problems because like when you have those issues, that's what causes the handshaking. But I think most of the time it's heart rate. If, as long as you're not like elated or in any way or something that's causing your heart rate to go up, then you're fine for the most part. But if you really want full control over the handshakes, think of holding a pencil, right? And you're holding the piece with both hands. So like this, I have full control over the brush. My wrists are actually all together, right? So I can just do that kind of motion, right? Just these gentle motions over the piece. Not too much force, otherwise the head will just come off the putty, which I don't want to happen. So this is going to be quite the struggle, right? So I'm using my fingers and my wrist to hold the piece for me, rather than like if my hand was floating like this, freehanding, then yes, the shakes will be hard to control. It'd be much harder. But if it's like this, putting my hands together and then using my fingers like I'm using chopsticks or a pencil, then I have much more control over the piece. All right. Were you able to clip that? I have a clip command, by the way. Oh no, wait. Let's see this. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. You just use the normal way of doing it. Weren't expecting that, were you? Balabash, welcome and thank you. I've got my whole week planned out. So we're gonna be busy with the Wardens of Ultramar. So, and I appreciate the word of encouragement. Emperor protects. Sorry, Emperor protects. All right, let's get started. Mm, need a nice gray. Getting excited over the Peter Pan shirt, man. That's like back in the day. You know, we didn't have cable where I used to live. So all I would have are all the CD. Back in the day, there wasn't much digital stuff. There wasn't cable yet. There wasn't satellite cable yet. There was only like CDs and VHS. So I grew up kind of an isolated in a farm. So all we had was old tech, mostly VHS, CDs, and all that. Well, CDs came later on, right? Because I'm a '90s kid. I was born in the '90s, 1994, and I spent most of the time on a farm. Yeah, exactly. Like, man, those were the days. I would be either reading books, watching VHS tapes of old movies, or playing with toys. I'd be doing all those kinds of things back in the day. You could say I was a smart kid back in the day. Is it easier to paint and then glue the affixed parts? Is it easier the other way around? It depends, right? If you want, like, if you're able to actually get some, like, if you're lazy, right? If you're lazy, you can just piece it all together and try and paint it that way. That's one way of doing it, right? If you're lazy. But if you really want to get into the nitty gritty and do the, you know, if you really want to do the details, right? Especially if you have character models and you want to do them justice, you want to separate at least the head, right? Just the head, and really focus down on the head. That way you can get the details in. But it isn't always the case. I usually paint with everything assembled. I am trying to do this for the first time where I'm actually going to be focusing down on the head, trying to get the do the best I can, right? With my ability, my current ability to try and get the details in before I attach the head to the body. And I will paint the body before I attach the head, of course. So this is going to be a new challenge because I wanted to try something new. So just to, like, give us reference, right? I'm going to give us reference, right? Take this guy for instance, right? This is going to be our reference. This is me at my current skill level painting with the head on, okay? This is going to be our basis. This is how much I can achieve with the head on. We'll see what I can do without the head, with the head separated, and if I can lock down and actually get some details right. And then we'll see how everything looks all together afterwards. So that'll be our reference point. So what I'm doing now is I'm prepping the shading for the head. We need proper shading. So I just need to do a bit of a mix here. I need a light gray. Unfortunately, I don't think I placed enough white. Give me a moment. I'm gonna get a whole tub. Alright. But now it's like white has to be one of the most used colors that you'll ever use in painting. So sometimes it's best to just keep this whole wad of A whole wad of or whole tub of white paint. Valavesh, you are not annoying me whatsoever. It's why I have these streams. I enjoy interacting with people, teaching people about the hobby because, when people approach me, when they see my work and they say, it's like, man, that's so hard and everything. I try to explain my process the best I can, especially when people are struggling and stuff. When you do, bro, I have to say it, man. It's gonna be a long while before I get back on the finals, and it also depends on like my what happens with the new update, especially when it comes to the melee rework. I hope that they actually do a good job with the melee rework. I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt that they're actually aiming to improve the interaction, right? Because that's what they're trying to fix. They want the the interaction a bit more fair, quote unquote fair. That's what they said. And it because for me, I'm trying to understand the argument, right? Because that's what they were saying in that um dev stream was that people were struggling with their interaction with melee weapons because once melee got within melee range, the ranged people, the ones with guns, felt unfair because they couldn't do anything once the melee started spamming left click. And on the other hand, melee players felt unfair because they can't close the distance on ranged people. So it's that part is already hard because we had to use different kinds of as a melee player, as a melee main, as a right shield main. I have to use any and all methods of trying to close the distance, getting away from line of sight, using alternative routes, using DMAT, using shockwave to try and close distance. All those kinds of like methods. And they want to change it up for some reason. To hear that as a melee player is eh it's kind of fishy, but at the same time it's like, okay, I'm giving you guys the benefit of the doubt. See, impress me. What is it exactly you're thinking about? I want to see it. What's your vision for what seems quote unquote fair in a melee versus ranged interaction and vice versa? So we're gonna get some shading here. But my issue is the putty is not giving me a stable foundation. So the head is bouncing around while I do this. Yeah, yeah, there we go. So that's what I was afraid of. All right. That's precisely what I was afraid of. All right. So maybe what I can do is I can put my finger here, provide a little stability. However, as we're seeing right now, it's not providing that much stability. And the head is still bouncing around. So this is definitely going to be a challenge, especially once we get to the colors because I have to minimize the contact on my fingers. Because if I don't, the my fingers can actually rub the paint off while it's still fresh, which means we would have to maybe I should get a toothpick. Maybe a toothpick will be much more viable for this because the Q-tip is not doing it for me. I don't know why, but the head just refuses to stay put. Okay. Look at that. Could I zoom in a little more? Wait, let me have a look, see at the camera. Let's do a bit of more zoom. Just focus a little bit. There we go. Okay. Now, we got the shading in. Now, there's something I want to check online really quick, and that is the. Let's have a look at how to do the flesh, where to start for the tone. A quick YouTube video so it can help me where I can start. Because I know what the shades I need. It's just that I want to be sure I get it right. Mm, Warhammer. Three ways. No. Where is it? I guess I can use the Warhammer guide instead. Just to give me a. Uh, okay. All right. I want something better though. This is not what I wanted. Like too easy, too simple. I was looking at the official one and I was just like, it looks too simple. I want something a lot harder. I want something a little more detailed. Okay. So we're gonna use a dark shade of brown. To start. This leather brown will do. Okay. Okay. Take our palette knife. We're gonna take a bit of the gray brown and the dark gray that we made earlier. Mix it with the brown. I just want this much more darker because we are gonna slowly progress this flesh towards something much greater. Okay. My palette knife down. All right, guys. Wish me luck. We're gonna start with. I need to do is thin it out a bit. Steady my hand. Let me check on the box art really quick because I know he has eyebrows. Oh no, he doesn't. That's funny. Well, they don't have much eyebrows. All right, interesting. Yo, Zurich. Sorry, I got to see your message late. We are currently in a intense session right now because I am focusing entirely on this head right here, and it's going to be a challenge to try and get it together. Okay. Oh, hey Hans. Yeah, I hope you. Is this remake? Brad. Brad. My man, Brad. It's been good. Well, I'm talking. Well, I said I'm saying it in my vernacular, which is Bisaya. So sorry, man, if you don't. Whether it's Tagalog or either one, I can't speak Tagalog, but I can say my vernacular. So which is Bisaya. So might as well give you that. And when I say Brad, Brad is like short for brother. Brother. Next, we're gonna take a drastic shift. I think I'm gonna try this gray brown right here. I was unable to capitalize on like affording to play Get 7 remake and Rebirth. Kind of unfortunate, but that's okay. Someday I will find a way to get it and play it. I really would love to play it. I've been told how good it is, and like I was talking with my one of my cousins the other like last week, and we were talking about Final Fantasy Rebirth, remake and Rebirth, and yeah, how the story has evolved from the old game. And we also talk about Crisis Core as well. So what I'm doing right now is I'm gonna try and target the places where the light is going to hit onto the head, and then leave other parts in the shadow, right? Because I want that gradient effect. I that is so tempting, dude. Super tempting. But I think all the times that I've been giving out gifted subs to people finally catching up on me. The karma has hit and I can't spend any more money on games. So that's going to be I'm going to be dedicating most of my budget to pay off my debts and make sure that I am debt free by Christmas. because in Christmas that's when all the shopping happens. And I may be having to buy gifts not just for myself, but mostly for my family because I love my family and I want to give them nice gifts this year. And hopefully I can pick some thoughtful ones. So let me have a look at FF7. Nope, doesn't want to do that. Final Fantasy remake integrate. What's this? There's what's this? Is this the same? I'm a bit confused. Um, Final Fantasy 7 remake intergrade. Is that the game? Is am I looking at the right game here? I mean, it is, but I could get something not exactly the right one. Unless this is like integrate is just like a patch or something. Okay, got it, got it. Rebirth is mixed. And then mostly negative for the digital deluxe edition upgrade, bruh. What happened with that? That's funny. Oh shoot. Ah, there's our first mistake right there. Kind of slipped. That's okay. There we go. Mistake erased. Um, I need a different brush to dry this off. Slowly progressing. Now let's do. Where's my flesh? Let's jump a shade. This one we're gonna have to try and thin out a bit more. Okay, it's too thin. I want to try to get the eyes. I think I'm gonna try a different brush this time around. Or maybe what we'll do instead first. Let me check if okay, they aren't gold. But I am going to have to make the flesh a little paler. Eyes and mouth would be hard. The eyes definitely. I've been struggling with eyes. Eyes have been my like weakness, which is why one of the reasons why I wanted to try and focus down on the head for this session because I wanted to see if I can really try and get the eyes. Mouth though, mouth is not too bad. Because what I can do a little bit of like some trickery using a wash, but that would require for me to have done the eyes first. So that's what we will do. But I want to focus first on the face and make sure that I've gotten all the colors I want into the like I wanted the colors in the things that I need on the model first before I move on to much more like stuff that's easier to handle with wash and everything. So we will start with maybe I should start with the hair, honestly. Get the color down for the hair. So we'll pull out I think no, not leather brown again. Oh no, wait, you know what? Yeah, leather brown's perfect. Yeah, man. It's been my bane too, but I want to really find a way where I can actually overcome the challenge, right? I want to overcome this challenge, this hurdle that's been plaguing me in like all my model woes, right? So I want to get this down first. Get it out of the way. Maybe I want it thinner, just a bit. Maybe it's too thick still. Maybe I should thin it out a bit more. Maybe, but we'll see. Maybe I should have gone for a darker color, but we'll see what the paint does to the model. We shall see. Because we can always just thin out this leather brown if we need to. What I really need to do right now is tackle this. The eyes dread me the most. Mostly. Wait, did I get the right brush? Hold on. Here we go. Okay, better. Alright. Hmm. This isn't the shade of brown. Hmm. Oh, Spammy, I just understood your message. I could. I technically could. Yeah, this is not the shade of brown I wanted, actually. We may need to make an adjustment. So, okay, what I can do is I can take some of this here. That question is it darker? No, it's not. Okay, wait. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. Hmm. I never thought to actually use this contrast one. Let's try it. Oh, this one is. Oh, okay. Maybe not. I won't try that. Not today. Because it will take me too much time. So I'm gonna have to think of a mix. Could I mix this gray brown with the brown that we already have? Wait. Sometimes when you're like experimenting things, you can get creative and try something new. So that way, sometimes experimenting with colors is sometimes fun for me. Love to just test colors and see what they do once I apply it. Uh, might not be what I wanted either. In fact, it's a little brighter than it's on the bright side. So you know what? We're gonna play around with that, and what we're gonna do is take where's my drab? Steel Legion drab, perfect. And we're gonna take that. Shoot, I punctured the wax paper. That's not good. Ooh, I should have just scraped it off with a brush. That is my bad. That's gonna stain the sponge. But nah, I'm fine with it. It's not gonna be too bad, I think. Give me a sec here. I need to put out. I want my YouTube chat to be popped out, and then what we're gonna do is put that there so that this can be here. Close that. There we go. Arm hairs at 4D. Okay. I need more stability for this. So I can say right now, because of how a bit sort of excited and nervous I am, my heart rate has gone up, and my hands are starting to feel the shakes. So I am going to be making a lot more mistakes now, definitely, but that's okay. So what I need to do is always act quickly if I do make a mistake and take my washing brush and just clean up whatever mistakes I've made. Take the drying brush and just get all that excess water out, and we're good. Okay. I need my ivory white for the eyes. Where are you at? There we go. Maybe let's try using this one. This is 00. This is a 00 brush, so this might do the trick that I want. Right. Sorry, folks, if my bald head gets into the camera because I am going really focus down hard on this because I want to catch that eye. Sorry, I'm going to take off my glasses for this. I don't need protection from blue light for this job. I don't think I got enough paint. Come on, man. Why isn't there any paint going on to the model? I need you right now to just get on there. Just spread just a bit. No? What we can do is instead we can force our way in, right? Yeah, no. This one's a mistake. Right. Not what I wanted. Where's our cleaning brush? I'll try again. I'll try using just the normal one or the normal number one brush. Couldn't get it with the double zero brush. I thought I could get it. It's harder with this brush because it's much thicker than the other one. Maybe I can try zero. To look for the zero brush, but let's try it with this first, because maybe we can do it. Now you can see my hands are actually shaking. So to everyone's my hand is still not perfect, but we're getting there. Okay. Almost got it. Um, Ah. All right, we're gonna have to clean the whole eye out. Let's go. My boy's eating at Jollibee's. I hope you're ordering the chicken. Jollibee is a well-known Filipino fast food restaurant, very popular for their fried chicken. And for some people, they actually enjoy the sweet spaghetti. Chicken first, then the spaghetti. Because not everyone likes the sweet spaghetti. Hans, I know you enjoy the spaghetti. I mean, you can get both, but if you're limited in time, being practical, because he's probably having his like meal break. So I don't know if just order both, I guess. Okay. Now let's try to get the other eye again. Okay, for the most part, I got the eyes. I get pupil in there. Probably not. Maybe I shouldn't push my luck. You know? Yeah, I pushed my luck. I pushed my luck. I should have not done that. Uh, Dude, I had the eyes. I just had one job, and that was not to put pupils until I was ready. Okay. Right. Good news, we got the eyes. So the next step here is to try and let's express that flesh a bit more. Right. Right. I want to try to tackle the pupils again. I know I can just do it. It's just that I don't have the right brush for the job. Where is this? Too much. Once again, it's way too much. No, won't do. Yeah, that would be pretty funny though. Yeah. Oh, I'm trying to think right now. I guess I have to go for Abaddon Black. Hold on. There we go. Oh my goodness, we did it! Look at that. At least close enough. Good for practice. All right. We do have to do something about the hair though, and the fact that he has. Wait. Before we get further into that, um, let me grab. Where is? There it is. My flayed one flesh. Guys, do you know what he reminds me of right now? Wait, let me look at this for the camera. Like, you know, he reminds me of Doom Guy, like from the old Doom games. Wait, let me try and get the focus correctly. There we go. Look at him. He looks like Doom Guy. Bro, it bro, it's so uncanny. If I give him his signature, like, he has that 5 o'clock shadow, it might cure this Doom Guy reference right here. Hold on, I'm gonna go get paint thinner really quick. 50 HP Mog. Yeah. Uh-oh. Okay. Hold on. We're gonna need the full force of my hands. There we go. Nope, 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 nope. Get it out. It's not thin enough. Nope, that wasn't water. Hmm. Hold on. I'm not getting the effect I want. Where is my other brush? Uh-oh. Now the question is, should I keep trying? Because if I keep trying, I might make too many mistakes and I might screw up everything. That's what I'm afraid of. I just need a thin, very thin layer, right? Very thin. Maybe I don't use the. Maybe I'll use water. See if I can get what I need. I just need this very light, very gentle application of like gray all over his lower chin, right? Just a small, generous application right there. Then we just clean up the crevices. His mouth. That way he gets his little 5 o'clock shadow. Clean up the cheeks there. Kinda has it. May not be like out there, but it's there, right? Now to deal with his scar. Interesting way to approach the scar is by getting some brown. We could take our dark mixture of brown and add a little bit of red to it. Where is the corn red? Where is that? the, the national anthem, dude. The best. Wait, hold on. I need to look at something real quick. Where is it? It's getting in there. There we go. Okay. Time to tackle those studs on his head. Where is my lead belcher? There it is. Hmm. You know what? I need to do something really quick. Let's get in there. Okay. See through the camera again. Look at that, dudes. That is excellent. This is far better than any of the other models I've ever done with when it comes to the head. Anyway, all right, we still got this bit in the back color, so we're gonna need blue. Oh, that's not what I wanted. The nozzle came off. Mm-mm. That is definitely one of the downsides for like when you're concentrating on something like this. You want a more detail and everything, so you're definitely gonna be spending more time to it on it. And besides, we do need to, you know, occupy nearly a whole week of work. So this is the better option, really. Okay, next. Uh, Oh my gosh! Look at that. Yeah, I'm so excited to put the head on to the body. All right, I think that's all we can do for the head. It's time to move. Okay, we're gonna adjust the camera. We're not gonna use the magnifying glass for now. So let's zoom out. Thank you, thank you. Let's just oh, that was a that was a trip. Just focus. Oh, just zoom first. Okay. You saw nothing. Bruh. Not to worry, not to worry. I can be easily repaired. Let me go grab. Okay. You know what? You know what? I'm not gonna attach it right now. Because if I do, that means I'm gonna have to wait till the glue completely dries. And then that's gonna set me back a lot. So I'm just gonna keep going. Right. There's still the other parts that are attached, so I don't give a damn. Okay. If anything, that arm was just in the way. What is going on? Hold on. I need more white. Maybe I shouldn't be holding too many things at the same time. Let's put everything down first. It's okay, Spammy. We'll attach the arm later. In fact, it might give me an opportunity to actually put more detail on the arm too. So I'll paint the arm on as a separate thing. I'm surprised nobody clipped that. Or did they? See, if the head was still attached here, this I wouldn't be able to get to this part here. So that adds a little level of additional detail on this model. So I'm glad I was able to actually do this time around. Let's try and get around that leg there. Okay. Okay. Next, we're gonna prepare a mixture of blue and red. We want that little purple going. Get that nice purple going. Right. You might be wondering, it's like, why the heck are you gonna call it purple? Isn't it Ultramarines blue? Watch and learn, my pupils. Gonna learn a little something new about colors. Trying to take off some of the excess paint. Actually, I can do with a better brush than this. That one is too thin for details. Uh, Specifically for details. I can use this brush instead. You see, my dearest audience, sometimes you gotta try some colors that can complement one another, especially when you start layering them on top of each other. Now, interesting enough, purple is a mixture of which two colors, if you know your colors, right? If you don't know what it takes to make purple, it takes two colors. That is what I just mixed earlier, which is red and blue. Now, you see, when you use this, what I've learned is that because I watched some videos on this, and it's interesting how the purple actually plays off with the blue, and you slowly progress towards that gradient with the colors and then that. So when you start with purple, you'll and then you start going to blue, you'll see how the colors kind of complement one another in a cool way. And when you leave those dark parts purple, it actually doesn't like stand off as much because it progresses to the blue. Gives that gradient effect, right? Is the idea. The whole point why I'm doing this strange coloring. Now, normally, I would attack this model with Actually, I think I can still do it. It's just going to be very messy. Because I want to use a makeup sponge to slowly progress that gradient. Call it that. Anyways, we're starting off with these things here. In fact, I can even do the cape purple now that I think about it, because what I can do afterwards, because the cape is meant to be red, I recall. Actually, I could be wrong. Let me double check. It could be white on the outside, and then unless it's all white, I need to see the back. Nope, it's red. I see the red. Okay, it's white inside. It's red outside. So I think I can get away with this magic trick of colors. Actually, let me check something really quick. Uh, that is not what I wanted. I wanted to see Captain Titus. Ah, uh, where is the back of model? Okay, there we go. Okay, we're going for this lower decoration. It's going to be gold. So good to know. Thank you. All right. Now we attack this thing with a yeah. We're gonna attack it with a makeup sponge. Maybe not this one, because it's kind of filthy. I will go wash. I'll get the other one. Mm, eh. Mm. It seem my makeup sponge is struggling to get to the rest of the model here because of the unfortunate chainsaw that's blocking the way. So I'm gonna have to do it with a dry brush. Now the real challenge will probably be the cape, especially if I have to color this white, or at least a sort of other porcelain like color, possibly. All right, take our makeup sponge again. Now hopefully this is well and dry enough. Then we can attack it with the next color. Okay. Now we go for the red. Yo, Gojo, welcome, welcome. How's it going, man? Oh, shoot. Wiltsu, I'm sorry if I missed your message, man. But welcome to the stream. I hope that watching me do this has helped you, or at least inspired you in some way to, looking forward to painting Ultramarines again. Yeah, nothing beats a live session just to see how other people deal with the issues, how to deal with the hobby rather, not the issues. This is Warhammer Kojo. Currently working on a model that I've recently acquired from a trip way back in or way back last week. Got Managed to find a game store in where my dad was having his checkup with a sleep doctor, and I went looking for a nearby store, and I found one near the hospital my dad was having his checkup, and decided, okay, why don't I just pop in. Thank you, thank you. Been focusing pretty hard on this as of late. This has been my like, apart from gaming, this is the other hobby I have that I enjoy streaming as well, because I realize that other people like to see how the process goes and how I get my wonderful models painted. It's like, a lot when people ask, it's like, bro, is this like factory made? Does like, is there a factory that actually does this? And tell them, nope, I do it myself, all by myself. Look at that gradients. I've been painting for over 3 years now, almost 3 years. Look at that gradient. It's gorgeous. Like, I knew it. I knew the purple would have been the perfect color to base the cape on, and then you slowly see how the gradients progress, and it looks even better than I thought it would. So good. All right. So there is still the other issue of his arm that I need to re-glue. Right now, I'm just trying to find where it's supposed to go. But I think I'm gonna have to attach it later. Okay. So next, I'm trying to think what we should work on. I don't know if we should work on the fur or we should start getting into the details. Oh, actually, what I want to do right now is grab my um which brush will do the job for me. Hey Ace, welcome, welcome. Currently working on the Titus model right now. Looking swanky and absolutely gorgeous with his cape. Right now I'm trying to decide on which I'm trying to do highlights on the armor so I could possibly get out of the way, but at the same time I'm like, maybe not do the highlights yet and start getting into those little details there slowly, because we still have a lot of work to do on the cape, on a lot of the other bits here. So I think I will focus on that. Oh, by the way, if you're asking where his head is, it's over here. It's on a stick. I will attach that once it's all painted. Mm, you know what? I need to. Let's do that one. Oh no, Ace. It was more on a sort of logistical decision, quote unquote. Um, because I wanted to try and see if I could do the head first. I took over 2 hours on that head, not gonna lie, in order to get it well painted. So we will look into that later. To be honest, I don't think we'll be able to finish this in one session. We may need to do a second session because I don't know how much time. How much time do we have left? We still only have like less, more or less like 20 minutes left on the stream. Could always extend it. I can overwork sometimes. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I always get carried away. Theoretical, it'd be easier to give me a haircut if my head wasn't attached to my neck. Practical, okay. Wait, is the belt blue? Oh my goodness, the belt is blue. Man, that sucks. This belt buckle is actually supposed to be blue. That's okay. We can work around it. We can work with this. All right. I can do something about it. Let that dry first. And dude, that's interesting. Oh, oh no. Okay. This is supposed to be white. Okay. I'm gonna have to attack this with a second coat of paint. And by the way, Vanzig, welcome to the stream, man. How's your evening, morning, or your afternoon going? I hope it's going well. Hold up. Okay. Mm. Kojo, I don't know if you're still watching, but I'm trying to remember um which Discord server that we may be in the same in. I wish I could find you through Discord right away, like off the bat, because I can just like figure out how to get you the picture of my collection. Because to answer your question, it's not it's not crazy big. It's not crazy lot, not like some people because they play the for some people they play the army tabletop. So they collect armies of the models. So but in my case, I may or may not have quite an amount. Yeah, I think so too. Hanzoni's. Because I've been posting stuff there. I don't know if you are in his. Wait, are you? Nope, you're not in his server. But we met through Hanzo's stream. That's okay. I can figure something out. Okay. But yeah, apart from that, I do have an extensive collection. Not a huge collection, but yeah, I do have a considerable amount of models. That I've like painted over the years. So if we're asking, like, we're talking about the tech, right? Try to think about it, right? A chainsword, of course, is a chainsaw with adamantite teeth, which can actually chew through ceramite, which is um what space marine armor is usually made of. And power swords are generate anti-matter or anti or something molecular splitting power fields basically. So instead of having a super sharp blade, it generates that force field that cuts things on a molecular level. Unless you're talking about like on the actual tabletop. Then I can actually look for his stats there. Let's actually check that out. I want to sate my curiosity as well. Captain Titus data sheet. Actually, is the wait. Oh no. The manuals in my or like the assembly manual is in my room, so I don't want to go all the way there just to get it. Data sheet. His chainsword on the tabletop. Excuse me. Is a mastercrafted chainsword, anti-infantry +2, 8 attacks, wounds on 2 up, and AP -1. Damage 2. So interesting. In other words, if you get one attack in and it lands, it kills one Space Marine, basically. But Titus himself has 6 wounds, which is insane. Maybe I won't oversaturate it with that. We do need to tackle that again. So then the next thing I want to tackle is probably this one here. Ah, I already have corn red on my palette. Oh no, there's no more water in the water dispenser. It means I'm gonna have to dip out for a bit. Yep. Put that up. There we go. Click power swords, AP 2-3. Guess. Yeah. And besides, I don't even see a power sword option in Titus's datasheet. I could be wrong though, because I was looking through a website, not through like Wikipedia or any of the other sites. All gold? Yes, it is. Okay. You know, I want to pay homage. I want to pay homage to the old Space Marine 2. Or it's not old Space Marine 2, excuse me. Space Marine 1. So I want to color, because in the box art, it's black. But what I want to do is color it blue. Just like his power sword back in the day. Yeah, it's a bit too much. That whole thing go? Yes. What's up, Chen? Sorry, did not see your message earlier. A bit locked in right now. Thanks, man. Enjoy your coffee break, dude. Now to do something about the coat or the fur. Let's have a look. See. Okay, started with the dark. Right. I'm gonna take care of the cat really quick and also get the water dispenser a refill. So I'll be right back, guys. In the meantime, I guess I can just leave this right there. Let me check. Check the camera. Hmm. There you go. Be right back, guys. Uh, Something to do with this one. Okay, next, get our gold. jeez. That follow spooked me, man. Was? Was? Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, you're shifting from YouTube. All right. No problem, dude. Absolutely no problem. I got spooked by the notification. Was fully locked in, man. Sort of a preview. We're getting there. We're almost done. super curious with this color. Just want to try it. Nah, not working for me. Oh, I should have gone for something a little darker. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Once Heck Noodle, thank you so much for the follow. Sorry if I've been missing the messages because I'm currently locked in. Now, where was I? Going for a darker brown. Make sure I don't miss any more messages. And thank you for the compliment, dude. Been hard at work at this for the last. Dear Lord, we're all going 4 hours already. We're overtime. Yeah, we're way overtime. So let's try and do a bit more base color and then I will leave it at that. Well, the base color for the. Oh, that's too much. There. Base color for the fur on this cloak. And then tomorrow we'll continue. Not tomorrow. Tomorrow's Tuesday. We're off on Tuesdays. Wednesday. Whew. All right. So, again, I'm saying tomorrow again when I shouldn't be saying tomorrow because tomorrow is a Tuesday and we're off on Tuesdays. So, I think I can actually stick the head in. Yeah, we can actually do the final detailing tomorrow. Wednesday. Wednesday. I will stick the head in now. The gun and the left hand are the only thing left to paint, I think. Others we're just about done. Let's get a good look. So very few details left to put in. I do need to clean up the cloak at some point. Otherwise, to look at the cloak at the back. I knew the purple was a good idea. So all that's left is the gun. Oh, we do need to get this one. Let me get that really quick. Then we also have to do the thing here. The base, rather. Sorry. My brain has reached its like processing limit now. We are done. We're just about done. Yeah, dude. Love the cape. Still struggling with the cape on the inside though. Wait, that's not the right one. Oh no. Oh. The last step will probably to be adding the wash and then varnish. Oh yeah, this one. You have to gotta deal with that one too. But I think I'll deal with the base off stream instead. But more or less the model is done. Not uh not entirely what I originally envisioned, because I think Titus has much paler skin on the box. But I'm not one to follow box art because I'm not always accurate. But I did make an improvement on doing faces. Yeah, I just want the wash to deal with some of the details that are like, I want this to be darkened up a bit. I want a bit more grim dark feel on it. And we still need to paste on the blue ultramarine symbol, which I do have a like extra copy of. I will debate on it. We will do like final touches on the fur, and then I will decide if I want to do wash or not. But I think the wash will finally like finalize everything and give it that grim dark look I'm looking for. And by the way, the camera doesn't do it justice. But just for your info, the mall doesn't look as good as it does compared to like what I'm looking at right now. I don't know if it's the way the light is. I'll try and mess around with it for a bit. Eh, I guess this one is fine. Wait. Maybe if I adjust exposure. There we go. Little better. It's too dark. Okay. Whoops. That's not what I wanted. Oh no. No. That's not what I wanted. What do? Whoops. I made a mistake. I messed with it too much. Yo, I screwed up and I messed with the camera too much. Oh, flashback myself. Like I flashbang everybody. There we go. That's as close as I'm gonna mess with it anymore. I'm not gonna touch it anymore before I do something stupid. It's not as white as the previous. Think there. Maybe? Is that it? Or do we have to max it out? No, that's too much. Or maybe that is the perfect one. Yeah, just maximize the white balance. It's supposed to be auto. I'm just gonna set it to auto. There we go. Yeah, I love the cape, dude. Like this whole thing is so good. We just need to touch up on the fur and then we'll be done. All right. Anyways, I'll do that off stream. I'll also do something about the base. And but till then, guys, I'm gonna have to end the stream abruptly. Or better yet, let's raid somebody really quick. Bro, I've seen it way too many times to already like predict what happens when you don't follow what you're supposed to be doing. I'm not, and I'm gonna be. I won't be that much in trouble tomorrow because I'm gonna, bro, you are not gonna learn your lesson until your wife tells you it's like you're gonna stop gaming. All right, let's get a raid going. Um, let's raid my buddy Devil Rated Gaming. Currently messing around in Monster Hunter Wilds, my favorite game. There you go. Everyone, GG's. I'll see you in the next one when we put up all of the stuff. But till then, hope you all enjoyed, and I'll see you in the next session. Bye bye.